What is going on, everyone? Welcome back to the stream. Hope you guys all had a great session overnight since I last saw you guys, or during the day if that's when you guys are up and trading. So let me recap a little bit here on USD CAD. All right, so I have been holding on to my main position for a little while now, not too long, but a couple sessions here. Hopped in a position up here, which unfortunately did take me out at break even, which I think it literally took me out by like a pip or less. Maybe like 2 pips. I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly what my entry was. It was somewhere up in, it was somewhere up in here, and it must have pulled back and taken me out. Then we saw, carry on down, caught the other move, and yeah, really just ended up closing out for break even on all positions except for the current one, which is pulling back, and I have my trailing stop up here. All right. So, moving up pretty strong right now. Not really going to do much about my current position at the moment. It's going to do what it's going to do right now. If it takes me out on my trailing stop, it is what it is. We'll secure a couple bucks. Nothing too crazy. And yeah, it really is what it is in that sense. If it came down and hit my final target, would be great as well. Has looked pretty good the whole time. And over the last little bit, it has looked good to pull on back. Like, this pullback has been pretty clean and not unexpected necessarily. So what I'm looking at here is, I probably wouldn't say it's a buying opportunity for me yet. I mean, obviously I'm in a sell, but even if I wasn't in a sell or any trade at all, I think I would still be a little bit reluctant to look for a buy at the moment. I'm still leaning towards the sells overall. I guess depending on how I mark this up, we do have a bit of a breakout coming above this trend line, so that could lead to something. We'll see how that develops. It's not much of anything just yet, which is why, excuse me, which is why I say I wouldn't be too quick to hop in a buy, but at the same time, it could set up for something like that, which I would not be opposed to catching, all right? So as I was saying, pulling up a little bit here, and if it, pulls up a little bit more, if we saw something a bit more substantial like this, it could shape up for a possible buy for me today or down the road a little bit. That would look something more like this, right? And I would still be careful because we are kind of still in this sell setup, and it can definitely still make its way down. So I'm not rushing into a buy. Maybe this is what I'd be looking at in terms of structure for what this buy setup may look like, but that doesn't mean I have to look for a buy here. What I could also do for a bit more confirmation, which I probably would want to do, but we'll see how things play out, would be wait for, if it does this, a bit more of a breakout coming on up before looking for a buy. That way I can have more confidence that it's not going to pull back and play out this sell lower, all right? So that's what we're looking at for a possible buy, but like I was saying, it's a little bit premature. We're still looking good at the moment with this current sell, having not taken me out yet at my trailing stop. I pulled it up a little bit earlier today, like an hour or two ago. Just giving it a bit more room. It was at 1.39800, so I pulled it up 5 pips just to give it a little bit more room on this pullback because, the goal isn't to get taken out of the trailing stop. It's there for security measures, I guess. We don't want to see this go all the way back up to break even, ideally. But I wanted to try and give it a chance, so I was okay moving it up a little bit, right? If I'm okay moving my stop loss a little bit when I'm, in drawdown at risk of losing, the same thing would naturally apply when I'm trailing in profit, right? If it looks good and is worth giving a little bit of a chance to run, then moving my trailing stop up a bit is not a bad call in my opinion. Plus, we're not dealing with a huge trade or a huge amount of risk. Clean setup overall, but we didn't go too crazy on this one, and I'm not holding too much right now. I'm just holding my initial entry. So with that being said, this is what we're looking at right now with the trailing stop and this pullback. It's still pulling back. It looked like it could start to flip down here, which would have been great, obviously. But if it's pulling on up higher, we're going to have to be a little bit patient with it, all right? If it hits some resistance and starts to flip, then I can maybe look for another sell. That will be the plan if that looks clean. But I'm also being cautious because it's pushing on up. We have a buy setup that could start to form a little bit more. I wouldn't say it's ready for, that move just yet, but it could start to develop. I wouldn't be surprised to see that over the next, couple sessions or maybe next week. So We'll see what we can do here, right? We're going to try and do the best we can, securing as much profit as possible, whether that is at my trailing stop or if we can see this flip, maybe a bigger move. And yeah, that's pretty much USD CAD at the moment. I do want to keep an eye on it somewhat closely. I think I'll wait until the 30-minute closure at least before looking for anything. So we got at least 15 minutes. We also have the 4-hour closure coming not too long after, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see it push on up, but we also could see this hold up. So I'm going to mark that up, to be honest. Looking for another sell after pullback. That is still true. And I'll just say this for now, possible buy if resistance breaks. So if we see price carry on up and break some resistance above, which is around my trailing stop, maybe, you know, it is more of a zone, so it could be a little bit higher, which is why I said I could pull my stop up a little bit if I feel it's worth it and necessary. But for now, this is what we're looking at. And yeah, I would say the sells are still valid. Buys are possible for the future, but for now, a little bit of patience and we'll go from there. All right, chat. What's going on, everyone? I appreciate you guys all showing up, tuning in. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying the streams recently. I'll check out a few of your pairs. So we'll start with AUD USD, all right? I had the odd thing marked up here, but I wasn't looking for anything too great. I had buys marked up or a move coming on up towards this resistance if this support wasn't broken down here. We saw a clean break and retest over here, and it has basically just carried on up since then. So that's been clean. I marked that up yesterday and said I probably wouldn't look for the buy down in this area up towards here, but I did expect a move up towards this resistance. If this resistance breaks, you guys know the deal. This is something I'll be looking for, not necessarily to trade personally, but at least to expect it to play out this way. If we see a clean break above, which we don't really have, we see some wicks and some slight closure above, but nothing substantial there, and it has broken back down. And on the other hand, I could also start to look for something like this if it plays out this way. You know, a break back down, maybe a retesting this level of resistance, and then a move coming down for a sell, all right? So these are the two things I'd be looking at. I have no preference as to which one we'd be looking for, whatever ends up playing out for us, all right? Now, let's check this out. What's going on, beginner trader? Welcome back. Welcome back. AUD JPY gave you good profit, recovered, yesterday lost. Good stuff. I'm going to take a look and see what that chart is looking like. I remember you said you entered a buy, right? Buy in this area. It did then push on down, made a strong move coming down, but then recovered and made a move back on up, which, you know, not too bad. It didn't come up too crazy, but it did make a bit of a move. And now we're seeing it re-break back below the trend line. So at the moment, this is kind of what I'd be looking for, all right? This break and retest kind of set up for a sell. If I mark up a trend line like this, we actually do have a bit of a breakout here, so that's not bad. Let me see where I'd want my target to be. It does get a bit choppy down here. This is a pretty good level where I have it marked up now, I would say. Maybe a bit lower. This is definitely something I'd be looking to trade, actually, chat, so I'm keeping an eye on it. Keeping an eye on it. I'm going to come back in a second. I want to see how some of these other JPYs are moving right now. CAD JPY also looks pretty decent coming on down at the moment. I mean, it's been trending up, but I'd be looking for a reversal. We've been looking for the reversals, and they kept continuing on up and ranging. So we'll see what happens. UJ has continued on down as well. If we see support here break, I would also be looking for a further sell. So let's see what happens here. I mean, USD CAD still doing its thing. It's looking nice. We do want to see what happens in terms of whether this is going to hold up at resistance or push on through. If it breaks through, like I said, possible buy, but actually I'll leave that there for now. Overall, sell is still clean and valid, and then we do also have AUD JPY that I'm liking now. This is something I would keep my eye on. All right, chat? I'm going to mark this up just to see how it'd be looking in terms of risk reward. Entry is not confirmed, therefore my stop loss would not be confirmed either. I don't know exactly where it would go, but it would go somewhere in this region. Target would be down here at like 100, 860-ish, 862, 863. Okay, so with what I have marked up here right now, bit of a pullback after this break. That's looking clean. Current candle lacks a bottom wick, which I do like as well. So we would be looking for exactly what I have marked up here, a break, a retest, ideally enter the sell, see it come on down. Now, setup is not too crazy big. It's decently sized, but no complaints over here. Risk with this stop loss at a 0.03. I'm going to go up to 0.05. That's kind of my reference point right now. We'd be looking at about 2.5%, just under 2.5%, like 2.3% risk for a almost 20% profit potential. So that is very solid risk reward on this setup. Definitely something I'm keeping my eyes on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bounce between this and USD CAD for now, kind of just seeing how that's going to go. All right, USD CAD is obviously running risk-free and trailing in profit, but we also want to be keeping our eyes on this one. Now, regardless of what happens over there, I could still look for something over here, but I do want to keep my eyes on it regardless. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark up my potential stop loss level to be up in this area. I know when I switch charts that these blue levels for my stop and take profit are going to go away. So I want to just remember exactly where, what we're looking for here. All right. Mark my word, after 2 a.m. UTC, all pairs against JPY will be in red. On what basis are you picking that stop loss? Could you explain? Stop loss would be up in this area, not necessarily here exactly, but up in this area because I have resistance marked up in this area. We do have a break above over here, but generally some resistance is up in this area. And by putting my stop loss above that level would give me some clearance if we do see a pullback towards that resistance. You get the idea? That's kind of the premise behind it, all right? I like to put my stop losses beyond that key level because we can easily see that key level retested. And if that happens, and that being a zone too, right, it can pull back a little bit past that level. I want to give it a bit of room to try and keep me in if it's going to be valid because it can push up into that level or into that territory and be valid still. So I want to give it a bit of a chance, but I also don't want it too wide to where, you know, I make the loss bigger than it would need to be, hypothetically, you know? So AUD JPY, we are looking at this clean setup. I had a trend line marked up. I don't know if I deleted it or if it just disappeared. But here it is. I'm going to come back to this shortly, all right? Right now it's 8:26. We have closure coming in about less than 5 minutes. So I'll keep an eye on it. Can I check out GBP USD? Can you give a good selling? Kindly check it out. Will do. I got you. GBP USD, I've been looking for buys here with this setup I have marked up clearly, right? We have the break, we have the retest, which I would then be looking for the move coming on up. So it's made a substantial move coming up almost towards that final target. I mean, this is a bigger setup, so it's made a big move. It doesn't have to continue all the way up here. It could hit this resistance and start to fall, but we also could see it make its way back up towards this level. So for now, I would keep my eye on a move coming down being a possible pullback versus a reversal or selling opportunity for me. I mean, if you're scalping, or whatever, certain traders may do with these smaller time frame trades, a pullback could mean a trading opportunity. For me, in this sense, if we see a pullback, that could lead to a move coming on back up. So I would be a little bit careful looking for a sell here, probably as well as a buy. I mean, buy less so because we are in a clean buy setup. It's trending upwards here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it push on up further. But I'd be a little bit cautious with that because we do have some resistance up here, and it's showing some rejection here. It could pull back before doing that or start to lead to a sell. So when it comes to an actual sell position that I'd be looking for here, I'd probably be personally waiting a little bit longer. Even if it does pull back, I still would want a little bit cleaner of an overall setup here other than just, having an expectation of some sort of pullback. USD CAD, I want to check it out and see where things are at. It's still holding up. I'm about $10 in profit on it, so nothing crazy, but it's a small setup, so it's still doing decently. We are seeing this rejection here, and it's starting to flip, chat, okay? Still would want to wait for the closure on the 30, which is going to be coming. But it's looking good. It's looking good. I want to see what's going to happen over here. And I could end up in two pairs at the same time, two different pairs, which I usually don't love doing, but I'm not opposed to doing either. And, I do that. So we'll see. Let's just be a little bit patient here for the closure. Nice move over here, chat. Nice move. But going back over to AUD JPY. Don't want to rush this one too. It's pulling back right now. It's looking good on this pullback that, in the sense that it could want to shape up for a possible sell soonish. But we still want to be patient with it, all right? All right, we got 30-minute closure, 15-minute closure, all that. It is pulling back up at the moment. We'll see. It might start to flip and come down, not too slowly. It could happen pretty fast, so we want to be careful for that. Pulling back up a little bit right now on the opening of the current candle here. We'll see what happens. Is it going to push on up, or is it going to pull back down, creating a wick? We don't know, but we're trying to be a little bit patient here. I'd rather not get caught in a JPY sell again if it doesn't look great. I mean, anytime I hop in a trade, I still feel, I feel confident as I would be with any position, just based off of my trading plan and my strategy. So, doing that, I could still end up getting caught in a trade that pulls back on me. But with that happening a couple times over the last couple of weeks here on some of these JPY pairs, I want to try and avoid it again. But who knows? It could finally start to be ready for this move coming on down. So maybe I can catch it. I'm going to go check up on AUD JPY in just a minute. Chat, let me know. Does anyone know how to go multi-chart mode on Trade Locker, if anyone uses Trade Locker? I used to do it all the time on TradingView, but I don't know how to do it here on Trade Locker. I don't think you can, but I think you can at the same time. What's going on? Welcome back to the stream. Starting to flip here on USD CAD. Going to take a quick look at AUD JPY. Still pulling back, so we're not rushing over here, but it is looking good. It's rejecting here some resistance. Okay, chat, rejecting here a little bit. Am I still in trade? Yes, I'm still in my trade. I'm trying to balance between my USD CAD position, which is looking good, honestly, for another possible entry and another possible sell on AUD JPY as well. So we're trying to be patient with both and get a little bit more clarity. But overall, we're looking pretty good. I'm not buying, I'm selling. And for for AUD JPY, sell would be up in this region. Stop loss would be up around where I have this level marked up. I marked this up to represent where my stop loss will most likely be. And my target's going to be down here. All right. But I'm still trying to be a little bit patient. We have 4-hour closure coming soon as well. So I'm trying not to rush. But we should have something soon, chat. A couple opportunities here that we're looking at. Chat, we are looking good here still. Looking good. If you guys have any questions about this trade or my AUD JPY setup that I'm looking at here, let me know. I'm happy to answer. This is setting up for a better opportunity, having pulled back a little bit further. So not too bad of an opportunity up here if it's going to continue to play out that way, obviously. And then AUD JPY is forming a pretty nice setup, and it is looking like it could start to flip. Okay, chat, stream almost crashed, it looks like, but we're good. So yeah, I'm just trying to be a little bit patient, but we're still in this nice risk-free trailing stop loss position here. CHF JPY, will it go up? Let's see. Do I even have that in here? I don't. Yeah, I really don't trade that pair. Looking at it right now, it's down at some support and it is moving up a little bit, but I would still be a little bit cautious. It's been pushing on down. Looks like it could start to want to retest this support. If it does start to break out a little bit more, I might start to look for it to carry on up. Something more like this though. I'd want to see a pullback to some higher support. Otherwise, I'd be cautious of it breaking support, where I'd probably look for a move coming on down below, like down here. I'm just flipping around quickly through a couple of these different pairs, just seeing how everything's looking. But not bad, not bad. Where am I from? I'm from Toronto, Canada. Starting to move here, chat. I'm getting ready to see how this is looking and possibly find an entry here. Stop loss isn't going to be crazy wide, so that's a good thing here. If it's, I don't want it to drag on and draw down. Like if it's going to pull back and take me out, I'd rather that happen sooner than later. But it's looking good. Target would be down here. Stop loss would be tighter than this. Just going to delete this level here. With a stop loss up here at like 3.15% risk. Risk reward solid. Probably try and tighten it a bit. I'll go one up higher. All right, chat, I'm hopping in. Why not? We're taking a position here on USD JPY. Still in my USD CAD trade, but I just hopped in another trade over here, all right? Okay, I hopped in another trade here. Well, not another trade here, another trade. First trade over here on AUD JPY right now. Let's see what happens. USD CAD is still doing its thing. I'm liking that setup. I'm liking this setup. I'm cool being in both of these setups. Does that mean both are going to play out the way we want? Not necessarily, but let's see what happens. We got a nice opportunity here. Looks pretty good. Even if it does pull back up higher, I mean, it still will be valid for a little while. Stop loss, I pulled it in a little bit at the end, and I'd be open to pulling it out a little bit as well. Right now it's at 102.523. I'd probably go as far as like 550 maybe. So not much, but I don't really need to think about that just yet. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, okay, let me mark this up. I'm going to get rid of this resistance level for now just because it's cleaner this way. $2A1. Prop the levels 108.62. Stop loss 102.523. So we got a solid risk reward on this one. Nothing crazy because I did pull my stop loss up a little. Well, I pulled it down a little bit at the end, but I don't know. Maybe it looked a little bit bigger before. But either way, it's not bad. I mean, almost 1 to 6 risk reward. So I'm not going to complain about someone like that. Enter the sell over here. Let me mark this up. For anyone just tuning in, chat, we hopped in this position, AUD JPY sell, still in my USD CAD sell as well, letting that run. Just to pop in on that one, how it's looking. Pulling back clean, holding up so far at some resistance. We could see this start to flip and come back down. We'll see. I did want to hop in this fresh setup though. We'll see how it goes. Risk is in check. And we're chilling. Just going to let it do its thing. Not bad. All right, I'm going to leave this here for now, and I'll probably put a similar thing on the USD CAD pair, just so when I flip between them, you guys can kind of see a bit of an update. Let me know, anyone, if you guys know on Trade Locker over here, like this platform, can I go multi-chart viewing? Google says yes. I have no idea how to do it. I used to do it on TradingView, and this is very similar to TradingView. So I feel like I should be able to, but I don't know how to do it, and I would love to. So let me know. I'm still on Google trying to figure it out. Let me know. Oh, now I'm seeing that it doesn't. I don't know why Google contradicts itself. I mean, I guess it's just different websites and whatnot, but seriously, there's just no straight up information anywhere. Okay, AUD JPY sell, we're looking good. We have, just to recap a little bit on the setup, just been trending on up, looking to catch this reversal. We had some resistance up here, broke, but then rebroke back below and started to give us a bit of a break and retest setup for a possible sell move coming down. Now let's see what happens, all right? Ask ChatGPT, yes, I can do that. I just got the answer that I was pretty much expecting though, so I think I'm fine for now. Yeah, apparently it does not exist, so I'll just have to flip back and forth for now, which is fine. So this is what we're looking like over here. It's holding up so far at resistance, a little bit of drawdown, like probably, well, not probably, but like 89, 85 cents. Looking good, looking good. And USD CAD. It's holding up. It made a bit of a top wick and started to pull down and flip, and now it's pulled back up a bit since there and is so far holding up in that area. We have 4-hour closure coming in less than 10 minutes, so let's see what happens with that on both pairs. Hours looking good, by the way, chat. I mean, yes, we don't have closure. I guess I entered off the 30, and I probably, well, no, that's fine. I mean, I like the entry, but I mean, I guess in hindsight, it couldn't have hurt to revisit the hour and see that it's looking like this. Maybe wait for closure and a pullback, but whatever, no regrets. But I do recognize right now that I probably entered a little bit earlier than I would normally want to, but that's fine. And, you know, right now being like 70 cents down, it's a very easy time to be like, all right, I can just close out and look for another entry, or I can just hold on. So I'm going to choose to hold on. I don't mind the risk. It is what it is. Let's see if it'll get ready to make this move, and a pullback is not unexpected. I was going to mark up my arrows. I forgot what I was going to say now. I don't remember. Anyways, pulling back up a little bit here, chat. Let's see what happens. Pulling up a little bit further here, chat, on the 30 here, or the hour, just overall here on AUD JPY. Let's be patient a little bit and see what happens. USD CAD is pretty much just holding up right in this area. I wouldn't be surprised to see a closure somewhat like this, but we got 5 minutes, so let's wait and see. And over here, it pulled back up a little bit, but it's not going too crazy. Still holding up. So it's looking good, chat. I don't feel the need to close out for, cut my losses early here. I'm willing to hold the trade and accept the risk, obviously. And it's looking good here. It's still valid, so no reason, just a little bit of pullback. I don't love being in two trades on two different pairs at the same time. It's not a big deal, but it's just a little bit more I gotta keep my eyes on. So this is what this is looking like for now. I'm gonna pull this back up after we get 4-hour closure. Okay, the 30 is flipping back down again here, so that looks good. All right. Chat, if you guys have any questions or anything, let me know. Happy to answer, whether it's about this, my other trade. We still have the USD CAD runners, and we got this position running at the same time. Both looking pretty clean at the moment, but we're going to have to be patient and let them run. Time will tell. Closure coming in 2 minutes, chat. Actually closer to 1. Pulling back down a little bit, looking good. Closure coming, chat. Closure coming. Almost breaking into some profit here. See if we can get a solid closure. All right, and there we go. Not bad. Solid 30-minute closure. Hour's going to be looking decent as well. And like I said, a pullback after this 4-hour opening is not unexpected. So maybe getting a top wick or something like that. And, you know, even if it wants to close pulling back, that's not going to be the end of the world either. But I definitely would be maybe expecting a top wick first, or pullback of some sort before it breaks down. And I'd like to see that initially. So if we can start off with that and then see it flip, that would be great. And so far we have a bit of a top wick, which is ideal. Hopefully it's ready to just come down from there. If it pulls back more, that's okay, but it's looking good. And I'll check out USD CAD now. Solid closure. Yeah, it closed pretty much around where I was expecting it to. It was kind of just fluctuating here for the bulk of that candle. Not a bad hour closure. Is showing some rejection at resistance. In terms of selling here for another position, I would, same boat, wait for a pullback. Maybe if it starts to flip, it would look better for an entry there. Being that I just hopped in AUD JPY, I keep mixing them up. I'm not rushing into another trade here for now. I'm letting this run. Ideally, we see it start to push a little bit further. Chat, if you guys are enjoying, I'd appreciate it if you smash that like button. Lets me know you guys are enjoying, and I do appreciate the support here on the stream. Let's see if we can hit like 25 likes, chat. That would be absolutely amazing. I appreciate it. I'm pulling back up a little bit here, chat. So let's see what goes on. Could get that top wick that I've been waiting on, or maybe it starts to pull back a little bit more and drag out a little bit, which, you know, whatever. It's going to do what it's going to do. USD CAD starting to push a little bit down. Chat, I will be right back. For now, we'll let this run and I'll see you guys in just a minute. All right, chat, I am back. So we saw AUD JPY pull on back a little bit on us here. Came up and tested the trend line a little bit with that pullback. I did say when I hopped in, or after I hopped in, that a pullback after the 4-hour closure is not unexpected. Same goes with the hour and whatnot. So seeing this pullback up here, totally okay, especially seeing it pull back here down towards my entry is obviously nice. But we're looking clean here overall, and USD CAD is making a big move. USD CAD is making a big move, chat. So this could have hit that resistance, and we could see this come all the way back down towards my final target. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Part of me was expecting this was going to pull on back up further. So, you know, no complaints over here. AUD JPY is holding up clean. Chat, if you guys have any questions about either position, let me know. Let me know. These kind of rejections show that sellers are interested in AUD JPY. Most definitely. Most definitely. We're seeing it come up and test that, and it's just coming right back down. Looking great. USD CAD looking good. Solid move coming on down. We did get a nice closure on the 15, I think. Yep. Well, closed no bottom wick, but it still also made a big move. So we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if it pulled back up a little bit too. But, you know, ideally this just carries on. We'll see. Chat, let me know who's in what kind of position right now. Is anyone in a USD CAD sell, capitalizing on this profitable move? And same goes with AUD JPY. Anyone else looking at these sells? Let me know. A solid 30-minute closure would be very ideal. So we got a couple minutes until then. It can pull back between now and then. The 15 looks decent. It's come back down, but it just as easily could pull right back up. So we would like a nice closure. If I wasn't in a trade right now, I wouldn't be hopping in off this candle. I'd be waiting for a closure and then maybe off the next candle if it's looking good. That would be my play if I'm not in a trade. But this one's looking good. It's looking clean. Same goes with USD CAD. So we're looking good all around at the moment. Low risk all around. So, you know, we're feeling safe nonetheless. We're not at risk of blowing any accounts or anything like that. So we're chilling. Just another day doing the same type of thing, finding clean setups and sticking to the plan. You're an AUD JPY, good stuff. So far looking good. You're also in a sell, but not yet in profit. Yep, same with me. I'm down about 30, 40 cents. We'll see. You know, we're not in the clear yet. We want that closure, obviously. But so far it's playing out as clean as I'd want it to. And yeah, no complaints. Now I'd like to see a gray selling candle after this candle, maybe momentum selling. I would love to see that too. Let's see. A few minutes till closure, chat. A few minutes. Going back over to USD CAD, I'm going to take a quick look. Still holding up pretty nice, pulling back up a little bit from where it's come down to on the current candle, but overall a solid move. Yes, there was a solid entry opportunity up here. I did end up entering on AUD JPY. For better or for worse, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. This is looking good, but it's also, you know, it could pull on back up again. We don't know. So let's see. We do have that possible buy setup, like I said, on USD CAD over here. Not ready for an entry or anything like that just yet, but the way I have this marked up, we have this trend line coming on down. And we do have a breakout, and could just be a retest of that breakout, you know what I mean? And in seeing that, it also could carry on down lower. You know, it could come down and hit my final target while still kind of being valid for this buy setup. So there's that to keep in mind too, right? We look for the break and the retest, but sometimes we see that break and retest and it wants to come down even further, you know? Start almost continuing to trend down while breaking out of here before giving us that flip, right? It happens. So let's see, right over here. It broke, pulled back, and it carried on pulling back a little bit. So trying to be cautious of something like that as well. Buys are not valid yet, but setup is there, and it could start to play something out there. So we're keeping our eyes on it. But we're risk-free on this one. We're trailing our stops, so we're not really at any risk here. But I want to keep an eye on it, obviously, so we can manage the trades the best as possible, you know? AUD JPY is pulling up a little bit here. Not too unexpected. I mean, it's looking good coming down, but kind of feels too good to be true almost, you know? This 15 does look like after making a move like that, it would want to pull back up a little bit on this candle. So we'll see. It would be great if it wants to come back down and close very nice around my break even. But, you know, I usually don't expect the best in trading. I usually, you know, I stick to my plan. It usually gives me a tricky time nonetheless, even when I learn from my mistakes, you know? It's just tougher all around trading, you know. Test the emotions, and you know, it tests what you think you know, and it makes you challenge that. But you know, that's what it's about. Either way, we'll see what happens. What time is it? We got like 2.5 minutes till closure. A closure like this wouldn't be bad at all. Ideally, we just don't want to see it coming all the way back up. That would be ideal. But nonetheless, I still would probably expect the next candle to pull back at least a little bit and create a wick too. We'll see though. We'll see. All right, chat, fingers crossed. When I hit apply here to upgrade to the latest version of Trade Locker, let's see if it deletes everything I have marked up or if it keeps it. We're taking the risk. It worked out yesterday. Okay, looks like we're good here. Let's check out. I'm gonna get rid of the trend line for now. Setup is still valid like that for the possible buy down the road, but I'll mark it up when it's, you know, something I'm looking to capitalize more on. Okay, back over to AUD JPY. Let's check it out. Okay, chart is still intact. Didn't erase everything I marked up. Have I entered over here? Yes, I entered a sell 30 minutes ago-ish, 35, something like that. Over here, I entered down over here, obviously, at 102.281. That's my entry. Closure coming, chat, in about a minute. It's pulling back down a bit. That's good. That's what we want to be seeing here, chat. Can you sell on USD CAD? I mean, at the end of the day, that's up to you, right? But in terms of my opinion on USD CAD, it looks good coming on down. I was keeping an eye on a sell up here for the, you know, on that pullback, but I ended up not entering there. I ended up hopping in on AUD JPY instead. Not that it necessarily had to be one or the other, but that's just how I ended up playing it. That would have been the best opportunity, either somewhere up here or down here. It has pulled, carried on down to profit since then. So right here, I wouldn't be looking for an entry, especially with the way this current candle looks. We could see it pull back up. If it does, that could lead to another entry. Otherwise, I'm probably just going to let it run for now here and revisit it and see if maybe it presents something down the road. Closure coming here, chat. About to close, and it's looking like it'll probably be pretty solid here on the 30. Yeah. Good looking closure here, chat. Okay, so with this opening of the candle, it could carry on down. That'd be fantastic. Obviously, we'd love to see some profit, but I wouldn't be surprised if it pulled back up a little bit. All right, so we might have to be a bit more patient, but you know, we're used to that over here, right? So let's see what happens. Pullback is not a bad thing, not necessarily, of course. I mean, it could carry on up, right, which is not what we want to see, but just because it would start to pull back is not necessarily a problem, right? We're not going to worry about it until there's something to worry about, you know, per se. I'm not really worried regardless, right? We wouldn't be entering a trade with risk high enough to have us emotional, right? But you know what I mean. So we're looking good here, chat. We're looking good. Might pull back. We'll see. If it pulls back and shapes up for a good entry opportunity, I wouldn't be opposed. But I'm not going to force that. Like, I'm not entering off of a wick. It would have to pull back, take its time up there, give me some solid closure, and then, you know, give me more confirmation that it's going to flip and carry out this move. Okay? So no new entry here for a little bit, but it is possible, you know, depending on how things go over the next little while. And then gonna revisit USD CAD, which is obviously going well because I can see my profit increasing while this decreases and goes negative. So USD CAD must be pushing. Yep. Created a bit of a top wick and has started to push. Oh, wait. I take that back. That was on the previous 15, which I guess still does have a tiny top wick. Nice move here, chat. It's happening pretty quick. Can't say I was expecting this to happen too quickly, but I'm not going to complain. Big move here, chat. Big move. Big move. We're still looking good here on AUD JPY as well. Still not in profit quite yet, but the overall structure of this setup is looking very clean at the moment. Patience is key, chat. Looking great, chat. I have not closed any profit yet on this trade. I've held the first position all the way to where it is right now without securing partials or anything like that. We have entered the odd other position, what, 1, 2, 3 entries since my first entry, all of which have closed at break even or like slightly in profit, but essentially break even. This one is unfortunate because it literally just came up and tapped my break even and then carried on. This one I closed out just in profit, just because of this pullback I was expecting heading into the night. And then this one closed at break even just on this pullback yesterday. So is it what it is? It's how it played out. But we caught a beautiful entry up here, which is why it's, continued to ride the way it has. So yeah, for now, we're going to continue to let this go. I'll keep an eye on it because if it does start to shape up like it's going to flip and carry on up, we have that possible buy setup that could end up taking shape and playing out. So I wouldn't be opposed to closing out in that case. So we'll see. And then over here, it's looking good. It's starting to finally flip and see some profit. Well, almost, just about. So yeah, chat, bit of an interesting one, flipping between two different pairs with live trades going on. I haven't done that here during the challenge yet. A little while ago, I used to stream two different trades on two different pairs at the same time occasionally, but I haven't done it in a minute. All right, I turn my head for like 1 second and it starts to flip up a little bit here. But we're still looking good, chat. We're looking good. And now I'm gonna take a look at USD CAD. Okay, so it's pushing up a little bit here. Let's see it. It could start to want to find some support there. So keeping an eye on it. I might close out partials. This one's only a 0.04 lot size, chat, off rip. I didn't close any, I just entered with that smaller one. Plan was if it pulled back up on me, I was going to enter another one and just have that smaller initial one, but this one just went straight into profit, so didn't really come into play there. But yeah, we're looking at possibly securing some profit here. Just because, yes, it can carry on down, and that's why I leave some running, but it's almost as low as it's gone within this setup, and it is starting to pull back. I wouldn't be surprised if this did hold up at some support, given just the overall structure of everything, and I have that other buy set up too, so thinking about it, and thought about it, gonna do it. Boom. Partial profit has been secured on USD CAD, all right? We're gonna let the rest run to, for now, my trailing stop or my final target. My decision could change on that. I might, decide to close out full. But for now, this is how we're going to leave it. And yeah, that's pretty good. All right. It's about 50 pips secured there. Okay, so chat, partial profit secured, holding up so far. You know, it's looking decent. It made a nice move coming down here and looking like it's pulling back up a bit. So we'll revisit this in a bit to see how things are going. And we'll go from there, all right? I'm going to delete this for now, all right? Because I'm not quite looking for another entry. AUD JPY pulled up a little bit and not really, you know, making too much of a move. It's struggling to really push on up too far here at the moment. But so far, it's still kind of doing its thing. Let's see, a little bit of patience required here. Yeah, so pulling back up a little bit, chat. Could be a well-timed partial profit secure. Not the best. Obviously, I could have secured some lower here, but setup was looking a bit different. You know, things were holding up clean. No reason why, you know, I wouldn't hold to carry on down at that point, other than, you know, if I wanted to just close partials. But wasn't the overall biggest position in terms of how much I risked and the potential profit overall and just the scale. So I tried to give it a chance. If it was, you know, a little bit more on the table there, then I probably would have taken some and secured partials earlier. Here I'm doing it because it's still made quite a decent move, but it's also looking like it could start to pull back. So now there's more of a reason for me to want to pull it out, right? That's my perspective on it. So yeah, still flipping between these. We're looking at decent. It's pulling back down a little bit. I'm looking at this and just trying to remember where it's at. So when I'm on USD CAD, I can kind of gauge if it's pulling down or pulling back or where it's at. Chat, let's get some W's in the chat for this USD CAD position. USD CAD has been serving us pretty good over the last week or so. Bit of patience required as always, but solid moves caught. No complaints there. Moving on. Yeah, USD CAD's pulling back up a little bit right now. Starting to pull back here, chat, and it doesn't necessarily indicate a move coming up. It could just be a slight pullback that we end up seeing. So that's also why I'm leaving some of my position running. It could start to be the, you know, beginning of a bigger move coming on up, but we don't have that confirmation yet. It would be too early for me to be looking for something like that with the way things have been moving. So we'll let the rest of this run, and we'll see how it goes. Doesn't mean I'll let it run to my trailing stop. Maybe I close out earlier or, you know, whatever. We'll see what happens, all right? And then AUD JPY is starting to flip again here. We just actually got this 15-minute candle closure / opening. So off rip, we get a top wick and it's starting to flip down. We'll see what happens, all right? Starting to come down to profit. Starting to come back down. USD CAD still flipping and pulling on up. Solid closure. Pulling back up a little bit here, chat. Got to be a bit patient. Okay, so we see this pullback, but it's starting to maybe start to flip back down, which would be ideal for what I'm looking for here, because we secured that partial profit at a good point down here. And if it wants to carry on towards my final target or whatever, I'm totally down for it. And then over here, it's still taking its time a little bit, you know, doing its thing. It could pull back a little bit more. It might not. Either way, it's still looking clean. And we just got to give it some time. But same kind of setup. Chat, if you guys are enjoying so far, I would appreciate it if you smash that like button. Let's see if we can hit like 40 likes, chat. That would be absolutely huge. I really do appreciate the support here on the stream. Still flipping between these two pairs a little bit, and I'll continue to do so for now. But primarily we're watching AUD JPY because we got this fresh entry here, and we're not risk-free. We're pretty, early into this setup here, so definitely want to keep an eye on it. And we're not opposed to looking for another entry. I mean, if it pulls back but looks good, I'd throw another one down. I'm not going to throw another one down at break even. We entered a decent size risk, not too high, but definitely enough to where if it makes a move, we'll secure a decent bit of profit. But if it pulls back, I wouldn't be opposed to entering another one at the right time. And same goes in profit, right? If this comes down and makes some sort of move, maybe like this, for example. It doesn't have to be like this or this clean, but something like this, I could start to move my stop loss to break even, like after a move coming down, like probably like this far in this area. And yeah, if we see a pullback after that and the overall setup holds up, regardless of this trade, but just if the overall structure is looking clean, a clean rejection, add some resistance after a pullback, then I'd throw another position down in profit too. So we got some options here. Just have to be patient. This thing's fluctuating a decent bit. It's, 1 second it's looking like it could pull back a bit. Next it's looking like it's going to flip, and it just keeps going back and forth. So we just got to chill, be a little bit patient with it. And yeah, it's a good reminder why low risk is very important, because if I was risking too much and more than I was willing to lose, then I wouldn't have the easiest time just sitting and watching this fluctuate up and down. It would not be the most pleasant experience, and I wouldn't be enjoying myself too much. So low risk makes it much easier to sit in your positions and just, wait for what you want to see. Of course, if you're more of a scalper and you like these quicker types of trades, that's, a separate type of thing. But with what I'm trying to do here with these a little bit bigger setups than that take a little bit more time, that's when the patience really comes into play. I mean, it is important always, but it's a little bit different, right? How many days will it take to hit the target? Who knows? It could happen in 1 day. It could happen in 2 weeks. You never know at the end of the day. You never know how things are going to play out, what path they're going to take. I think USD CAD starting to come back down a little bit. Let's see. Yep, USD CAD is starting to pull back down. Let's see if this will make a bigger move, chat. That would be fantastic. Checking out the lower time frame a little bit. The 15 is looking great. A solid flip here. Would this have been an entry opportunity? Maybe, if I wanted to find one, that badly. But I still probably, like the way I acted, wouldn't have entered there, just like I didn't. Just not too worth it for me. Like we're getting near the final target. We are at a point where, this is pulling back, and it could end up, developing into some sort of buy setup over the next, couple sessions or days or whatnot. We don't know that for sure. It could carry on down, but it's not at a point where I'd really want to find that entry. Up here, it would have been worthwhile for me, but we obviously hopped into AUD JPY, which is okay too. I mean, it's pulling back up on me right now, but nonetheless. Big move here, chat, on USD CAD. It's come down a long way. Yeah, I mean, targeting this level is not too crazy. I was even considering targeting a little bit lower, but I'm not going to go ahead and do that right now. For now, we want to see if it'll come down here, and then maybe I could look for something to continue on lower. But overall, it's looking good here, chat. Looking good. And over here, we're not looking too bad either. I mean, it is pulling back, but, like I said, that doesn't necessarily mean an indication that things are looking badly, right? If you zoom in a little bit to the lower time frames, things are actually shaping up pretty decent. I mean, it's just pulling back a little bit. Timing's not perfect. Rarely is. USD CAD, I've been pretty accurate, I'm not going to lie. But, yeah, pretty accurate over here. I want to take a look. But yeah, generally timing is not going to be perfect. The more experience you get, the better you get, the better timing will start to get as well. But perfection is, not a thing. So over here, mid timing. We hopped in. It did pull back up for a minute, and then it came down. So I would say mid. This was pretty good timing. I mean, it did start to come down right after I hopped in. I waited a little bit patiently for it, but I did close out over here. Over here, well timed, comes down. Over here, well timed as well. Yeah, I mean, most of these entries were at the right time. I just played it safe by going risk-free, and yeah, that's just led to the outcome of the trades. But yeah, not bad there. And over here, timing not 100% perfect, but we'll see how this shapes up. Overall, the setup is clean, chat. Liking it. Pull back right here. Once again, I mean, it's not moving up too strong. It's looking like it's struggling to push up, and I think we're going to end up seeing a nice move coming on down. But let's see. It's looking good. I'm not going to jump into another trade just yet here, chat. I mean, it is pulling back a bit, but it could pull back a bit more. I wouldn't think it'd be the most optimal time to throw another one down, but I just want to see how that would look. And, you know, if I wanted to, I could throw down a very small one, just basically, I mean, it would just be slightly increasing the average entry and the overall lot size and the risk, but we'll see. Target would remain the same. Stop loss here for now is good as well. Okay, with the 0.03 lot right now, we'd be looking at about 1.65% risk for about 11.5% profit. So it's, you know, risk rewards there. Now the only question would be, is it ready to make a move? Obviously, if it were to come up further, it could give me a better opportunity for an entry. But, I mean, to be honest with the overall setup, I'd rather it not continue on up. I'd rather it just come down. So if that's what we were going to see, then it would be more of an optimal time for an entry. I mean, overall, it's still looking good, but I don't want to rush back in. And I would, if I did right here, it would be like a 0.2 or a 0.02 or a 0.03, a bit smaller, all right? Okay, we actually just got the hour closure, so I'm glad we waited. I didn't check the time. So now maybe if we got a taut wick and it starts to flip, I could look for something. We'll have to see. I mean, a little taut wick and a flip like this could be all it takes, but then again, I could hop in here and then it does pull back up further. So, you know, you end up getting caught in something like that. It's tricky. You never really know 100%. It's just, you know, you have to go with, you know, the best experience you have and trust your plan and stick to it. So I'm going to try and be a little bit patient, as I always try to be. And we'll go from there. Okay, so it's pulling back a little bit here, chat. Patience so far working in terms of this possible additional entry. We'll see. If we can't see a top wick and then it starts to flip like a nice top wick, then maybe that's when I'd be looking to enter. But the 30 closed pretty nice. And the hour closed solid as well. This is definitely shaping up like it looks like it wants to come back down. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Nothing's 100%. So I still prepare myself for the opposite outcome, right? Which would be to just carry on up. But it's looking clean. So that's what I'm basing this off of. And I'm just going to continue to play it safe and try and capitalize off of it. That'll be the play over here. USD CAD, I'm just looking at based off of this. It's kind of right around where it was, so not much change. Still pulling back a little bit. I mean, it was pulling back. I closed profit, then it started to pull back up. Then it started to pull back a little bit down, and it's kind of still where it ended up pulling back a little bit down to. So it's still heading in our favor, I guess. Okay, chat, starting to flip after making that top wick. Risk right now with the current lot size I have selected is 0.03. 1.63% risk, so pretty low. Solid profit potential, like 11.5% almost. And it's looking clean, chat. I might do it. What does 0.02 look like? Yeah, I'm probably going to go 0.03, I think, okay? But I didn't hop in. It's pulling back up again, so I don't know. We're going to be patient here. We're going to see how it's looking. And, yeah, we're not going to force it. I agree. It's looking good. It's struggling to push on up, and it looks like it wants to flip. It's just taking its time to do that. So, you know, just got to be patient. Looking good, looking good. I gotta wait a little bit, Chad. It's pulling back, but I think it's gonna want to hold up. USD CAD's moving up a little bit right now, it looks like. All right, Chad, I'm gonna be back shortly. I'm looking for another trade here, but I'm gonna try and be patient for a few minutes. So I'll be back in just a few, and I don't think we'll miss this opportunity. All right, just while it's pulling back. So I'll see you guys in just a few. All right, Chad, I am back. So pulling up here on AUD JPY, that's okay. It's doing what it's going to do. So what we're going to want to see, is it going to pull back down and reject, which it totally can, or maybe it doesn't, right? So I'm being patient with this one. I stayed patient when I was looking for an entry as it was starting to flip, and so far that patience paid off. It wouldn't have been a large entry either way. It would have been, the risk to reward's solid, so it would have been worthwhile if it went well, but obviously it's nice that it's that we stayed patient and waited on it. But it's pulling up a little bit. 15 close coming up. Current candle is pushing up a little bit and testing this, so we'll see. Maybe it breaks, creates a wick, and comes back down. Maybe it just rejects and comes down, or maybe it pushes through. So let's see. I'll revisit this. If it starts to push down and hold up, generally up in this area, that's still clean and valid for the setup. I can look for a trade there. But we need closure, and we need, clear signs of resistance being, respected, and a flip, right? Otherwise, we'll let this run. I may want to pull my stop loss up a little bit just because we have this resistance here, and, it could pull up, tap me out, and come down, hypothetically. And I'd love for my stop loss to be at a point where, that's less likely, and where if it hits my stop loss, it's probably just going to carry on up, which is what I'd want to see. Right, I wouldn't want to see it take me out and then just come right back down, because that's just annoying. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to bring this up to 550 like I said I was going to do, or said I would be comfortable doing. And we're still looking for this possible additional entry. It's not invalid, and the stop loss adjustment doesn't really have much to do with that, because it can come up to where that was and still validate, right? But for now, I want to do this. If it comes up and takes me out, I'm out. Just move that up like a few pips, and that'll be that with AUD JPY. The JPYs have been tricky the last few weeks for me. I have just been getting caught up in some poor trades, unfortunately. Clean setups that just don't go too good. So we'll see with this one. I mean, it's not at that point. It's still completely valid, but it is pulling back. So I'm just breaking that down, explaining. And that's that for now. I want to check USD CAD because I think that one's pushing down pretty nice. Holy, yes. USD CAD is completely pushing down. Looking good. I guess it's not ready to push on up. And we might just see a solid move coming on down. Still happy I secured partials though, because it easily could have just carried on up. And after waiting a couple days and seeing it come up and take me out, sure, if it hit my trailing stop, I'd still walk away with a little bit, but it's a smaller setup, so it wouldn't have been much. So I'd rather have closed out for at least a few bucks, that makes it a little bit more worthwhile. But yeah, we're looking great over here, all right? And then this is just doing its thing still. It's pulling back. It's not looking as good as it could, but it's not invalid. And yeah, that's really that. We just have to wait on it before we have more information. But it's still not moving up too forcefully. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it did hold up. Okay, 5-minute closed, currently pushing up a little bit above this trend line, so that's not the most ideal, but at the same time, we're on the lower time frames here. It doesn't mean too much. We want to see how we close on the higher time frames. So I want to see how the 30 is going to close, all right? Is it going to close up above here or not? And even if it did, like I said, we have resistance up here. It's a decently strong level of resistance, so it could just reject and come right back down, but we still want to keep an eye on it, okay? So that's that. Can you add sell on USD CAD? I wouldn't be looking for a sell here. It's just been making a straight shot down in terms of closures at least. on the 30-minute here is what it looks like. Hour, pretty much same, right? Just making a nice move down. I would not be looking for a sell this low after a push like this. I'd be looking for it at the beginning, which is where I was looking for it. But we traded AUD JPY, which in hindsight was the wrong of the two to trade. But at the same time, I like a fresh opportunity, so I'm happy to have taken it. And at the time, things were obviously looking different, so I don't really regret how I played it. Okay, so by the way, chat, if it breaks, well, I guess if it takes me out, I'll say. If it takes me out, I'm not looking for a buy on this pair like I would on USD CAD. If USD CAD pushes up, that could create a buy setup. Here, if it pushes up, sure, that can create a buy setup for some traders. For me, that's not a setup I'm interested in trading. So we're really looking at this sell setup, or we're going to stay patient, all right, for either a later buy setup that would develop or a later sell setup that would develop, which would most likely be the same sell setup that would just become revalid, I guess, you know? But we'll see. Stop loss on the way, we will see. People say that about all of my trades, including my USD CAD trade that I'm in, so I don't really listen to the outside noise, but we'll see, we'll see. Confident as always. Holding up clean at resistance here so far. Not even, I mean, I guess technically, but a little bit lower than that resistance. So far, it's holding up at this trend line. And that could be starting to indicate this flip that we're looking for. We'll see. Yeah, so we're flipping here pretty clean a little bit, Chad. It's definitely early for an entry or anything. We need 30-minute closure, and for an entry, I'd still want to wait after that, assuming it were even to look good after this closure, right? If it closes above the trend line, I would definitely need to wait a little while. Well, I guess regardless of where it closes, I'll probably still need to wait a similar amount of time, right? I mean, you never know how it'll play out or how long it'll take to give me that entry opportunity. But either way, whether it closes here or a little bit higher, I'll still want to see it, probably create a top wick on the next candle and flip. If it were to play out sooner than later, it could take longer than that and just drag out a bit. But either way, it's pretty much going to be the same thing I'd be looking for. So we'll see, but we're looking good here. You don't want to go into a drawdown after entering a trade, obviously, but you want to see your setup remain valid and clean, which this has been remaining to do so. And yeah, we still got like 35 minutes till closure on the hour, so lots of time for this to pull back down. For now, our focus is on ideally a decent closure on the 30. And I guess the 15. But it's flipping here. Now, I wouldn't look for another entry here, but if we can get a closure like this, maybe a top wick on the next 15 that were to start to flip again, I could look for another one of my smaller, like 0.03 lot size entries there. All right? But we'll see. I'm not trying to predict what's going to happen. We'll just be patient and let it happen. Big move over here. You're still on UJ sell since morning, by the way. Good stuff. UJ has been moving down. I don't know what it's been doing since this morning, but it's definitely made a nice move coming down. Beautiful, beautiful. I was somewhat looking for the same thing. I would say more so I was expecting the same thing after we saw a solid break and retest. I wasn't actively watching this for an entry myself, but we were looking for the break above, break and retest for the buy, and clean break below and retest for the sell. And it played out pretty clean. I mean, it didn't really make any unclean pullbacks, so pretty much any entry that I could have looked for here would have played out pretty good. Unless it was down here, this one did pull back up. I mean, depending on how that was played, it probably still would have been fine. But like if I looked for an entry after this pullback, it didn't come up beyond that point. Same with this one. So it played out pretty smooth. We dealt with a lot of that on USD CAD. It would pull back up to my break even on a couple actually, but not towards like a stop loss. So pretty clean. Yeah, it's really coming down here, chat. AUD JPY, big move too. Oh, wow. Yeah, it has been making a big move. That's what I'm saying, chat. That's what I'm saying. Just got to stick to the plan and trust the process. And that's it. We're not in the clear here, but it's doing exactly what we want to be seeing. I'm not looking for an entry here. If it just makes a move without me and back into profit, I still can look for an entry, but I'd probably wait for a bit later of an entry. We're not going to impulse enter off of this beautiful candle. And by we, I mean me. You guys can make your own trading decisions and follow your plans, right? But myself, I will not be looking for an entry off of this quick move on the 15. All right, it looks great. But we want to wait for that 30, see how that closes. We probably will see a pullback of some sort after that, whether it's going to be a top wick or whatever it's going to be, right? It depends how this closes too. Like if it closes coming down, just like it pulled back, that'd be great. But it also could move just as fast back up towards that trend line and give us not the most ideal closure. So happy to see this though. We'll revisit it in a few. I'm going to bounce back to USD CAD. Did I enter again on AUD JPY? I did not. Only one entry over here so far. We are looking for the second, but have not entered yet. Closure coming in like 2 minutes though, so far so good. Pulling back up here on the 5 though, which, you know, it's not the most pretty, but let's see. And USD CAD just keeps on pushing. It's heading towards the target, chat. I definitely want to keep my eye on this a little bit just because we want to see this happen. Beautiful move here. Beautiful move, chat. From your analysis, do I think it's still ideal to swing it to the next Asian session? I mean on UJ. You're talking about the sell? Let's see. I'll take a quick look. Let me just quickly pop into AUD JPY. Closure coming in like 30 seconds, pulling back up a little bit, but still holding up relatively solid. I don't mind that. We'll see. 15 still, you know, rejecting here. We're not in the clear though. It didn't close all the way down there. Could have been better. Could have been worse. Got to be patient with it still. Now UJ. I mean, we'll see. Like, it's come down. Wait, what was your question exactly? Ideal to swing it to the next. What's your target on this pair? What's your target on UJ? For me, this was my target, and it's come that close to my target. So in that sense, I don't know. Like, I think it'll either hit that target soon, or I would either look to close out in this area, you know, as close to that level if it's not going to come back down and tap it. That's how I would play it personally. I wouldn't be selling here, looking at it coming below this level. This is my level of support. That would be my final target, and I wouldn't be targeting below that unless we see a clean break. And I don't know if that's going to happen. We have to wait and see. So it's hard to say. But yeah, like I said, how I would be playing it if I were in a trade is I would want to be targeting this level, and I would be securing profit at that point and waiting for a possible break. If it were to break, I could look for another. If not, I could look for a buy if that's how it's shaping up. Closure, we got that closure, all right? We got that 30-minute closure on the AUD JPY. Closed decent. Made a quick move already, creating a bottom wick and is pushing up. So let's see what happens here. I'm going to go check USD CAD quickly. This is looking great, chat. Looking great. We don't have that much running in it, but it's still nice to see. Do I convert 100 to 1,000 daily? No, I don't. That would just be straight up gambling, right? That would just be gambling. There is no way to turn 100 into 1,000 every single day without taking massive risk, right? I mean, maybe you could hypothetically, and I don't know if this is possible, but if you're a scalper and enter a ton of trades on the lower time frames and have a way to do that safely, maybe. I doubt it. Even if that were hypothetically possible, I don't think that'd be really doable on a daily basis. So no, I don't do it. I don't think that's a possible thing. When will I start a new challenge? Good question. Good question. So it depends. It depends. If I decide to do I'll definitely, if we pass this challenge, I'll probably turn the 1,000 into a 10,000 challenge. That'll be the next one with this type of account flip. If I were to blow the account, then I could either start back up. I could do the 1,000 to 10,000 if I want. I could do anything at that point. But if I do win, I do want to carry on and try and take the 1,000 to 10. And then at the same time, I can also do this idea separately or at the same time, and that would be a funded account challenge live, but I probably wouldn't want to do it at the same time. I mean, I guess I could do it at the same time. I wouldn't literally be doing them at the same time. I would do one of them on some days and then the other on some days, I guess, but we'll see. But for now, I'm just, we're doing this one, just taking some nice trades live, trying to flip it, and then I definitely want to see if we can go from 1,000 to 10. Which, should be the same thing. But as the balance gets bigger, it does, affect the mental a little bit. For sure. 10 to 1,000. Yeah, I mean, that's doable. I've done that before. I mean, I gambled the way I was doing it. This was when I first started trading. I turned like 13 into like 5 grand, give or take. I think it was like 53 or 5,600 that I turned it into. And then I blew it because, easy come, easy go. That'll sum it up right there, right? The only way you can make that much with that little, that quick is by taking tremendous risk and getting lucky. Or, I mean, maybe you know what you're doing and it still works out. I guess it's still lucky, I would say, right? Because losses at some point are inevitable. So you just have to be back to back to back on a good streak. So yeah, we turned like 13 to 5 grand, but then I blew it in like a week. No, I won't be doing that challenge, by the way. 10 to 1,000 or whatever. 10 is just too little for me to want to start with. 100 is, a decent starting point. There are a lot of traders out there who have 100 that they're willing to throw into an account. And I'm trying to demonstrate the ability to actually turn that account into something substantial. Not only can you take good quality trades and learn and develop your skill, but you actually can flip that into something over time, right? So that's what we're showing here. Just taking some nice, easy trades. Just sticking to the plan. And yeah. USD CAD coming back down. We got a solid top wick and now it's flipping. So let's see, maybe it'll come down and hit that final target in this next 30-minute candle. That would be fantastic. So my target is 1.39210. So I want to remember that so I can see it up in here. So we're like 10 pips away, a little bit more. You take a 5K funded account, your now it's 260 loss, and I don't know what or how you can recover it. Any advice? I would say don't let your emotions take over. Like being down is, no one likes to be down, of course, and it sucks, and it's easy to let that interfere with how you're approaching your trading. If you have a solid trading plan and trading strategy that works in the long run, just stick to it, right? keep the risk low. Obviously, you want to stay within the guidelines. You don't want to blow it in one trade. And, you know, if there's no like time limit, like if you have unlimited amount of time to accomplish it, then just slowly build it back up with quality opportunities and just, I would say, try and put the goal aside and just try and recover it. Like focus on the quality trades and not so much about getting funded as quick as you possibly can. And I think that would be the best approach. A lot of it's going to come down to mental if you know how to trade, right? If you don't, then it's going to be tough because you don't have an actual plan. But assuming you know what you're doing, that's how I would approach it. USD CAD's moving beautifully, chat. AUD JPY, less beautifully, but still clean. It's holding up. It's just pulling back right now, so that's we don't want it to pull back. We want to be a little bit patient and just ride it out for now, and we'll see if it'll flip and give us an opportunity. We have solid resistance up here, so it's a clean level to see tested. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see it pull back up there, or even if it drags on out a little bit, just come up towards that resistance and then come back down. So I'm prepared for that possibility, but also it could just come down sooner than that. So that would be nice too. We'll see. Can you help me with the trade because your mental health is dead to trade now? If your mental health is dead to trade now, I would honestly suggest taking a breather, like reset. Take some time to reset, and that honestly goes a long way. I do that too, even now, like not in this moment, but if I find myself going through a period where I'm in a losing streak, I can't break out of that rut. Every opportunity I find seems to just go the other way. Just step back for a little bit, Just it could be mental. You might just need to wait for some new opportunities to come around. And I would say that's the best bet. Yeah, so chat, we're still holding up here. It's testing this level, but it's holding up very clean. Which is the best funded account? I would say do some research on that for sure. I'm not the person to answer that. I don't have the most knowledge on it. The main one that comes to mind always when people ask me about prop firms and when I think about it is going to be FTMO. I assume that's going to be one of the bigger ones. There could be some other ones that have crept up into that category as well, but I know that one's up there. So, you can look at that one. That one I think is more expensive, I think for a good reason. But definitely do some research on that. It's worth spending a bit of time checking out. Pulling back up here a little bit, chat. Let's see. 15-minute closure coming in 5 minutes. But, it's still holding up pretty clean. USD CAD's pushing. It's almost there, chat. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Do I trade Bitcoin? I don't trade Bitcoin. I have invested a bit in crypto. Well, actually a lot in crypto over the last couple of years, but I haven't really touched it much in the last year or so. And I try not to pay too much mind to it because it just drags on. And The way I've approached it is long term, so my best bet is to not look at it too often. I don't day trade any crypto. Especially passing a challenge account used to be stressful for me when there was a time I withdrew once the second cycle. I blew it till I changed my approach. Yeah, totally. Totally. I feel like day trading crypto is, like gambling. I feel like it definitely feels like it more so to me. AUD JPY still holding up clean, chat. Looking at this on the higher time frames now, I mean, the structure is looking clean, right? Hour tested up at this resistance a little bit and at this trend line, and it's pulling back. It's showing like it's not ready to come up and just bust right through that level. So that's good for what we're looking for. We have to be a bit patient with it. For now, we are very, very close to hitting my target on USD CAD. Oh, my AirPods just died, of course. Let's see if it'll come down and do it here, chat. We're very close. Just popping in on AUD JPY frequently to keep an eye on it. I don't need to click on the chart every second. I can kind of gauge. It hasn't really moved from where it was. Pulling up a little bit here. It still looks good. I'm not ready to just close full. Like, if it really starts to look like maybe it won't tap it, then sure, I'd close out because I don't want to see it pull all the way back up. But I'm going to try and let it ride, hit that target. I think it should be good to do so. AUD JPY is coming back down, looking better and better on the higher time frames as time passes. Just got a 15-minute closure, actually. So we'll take a look at that here, see how it closed on this pair. That's a good closure, chat. That's what we want to be seeing. And USD CAD also closed pretty clean. Current candle open, no top wick. We'll see. Hopefully it just comes down and hits my target. Otherwise, we may see it pull back on up. At least a little bit. We'll see. AUD JPY is starting to come down here. Starting to flip up here on USD CAD a little bit. Chat, I'm just looking right now to see if I maybe want to close out or if I'm going to let it run. That's what I'm just bouncing between. Obviously, I'd love to let it run, just see if it'll hit that final target, just for the satisfaction. But I'm not going to force it, you know. AUD JPY pulling back up on the 15 a little bit. Super close, chat. I want to see this come down and hit that level. Almost there. I just brought my stop loss down a little bit. Doesn't really make much of a difference. Okay, still looking good here, chat. I think we could be looking like we're going to get a solid closure on the hour, but we still got to wait a few minutes. It's looking good right now, though. Still pulling back up here a little bit on USD CAD. Didn't quite come down to that TP. I'm still holding it the way it is. I haven't closed out. For now, I'll probably leave it the way it is. Okay, it's starting to pull back a bit here. We got about 5 minutes till closure on the hour. Let's see, maybe the next hour candle will be the one. Still looking good here too, chat. Still looking good. Super close here, chat. Super close. I'm hoping it can just make one nice little push and take us out at that take profit level. Pulling back up a little bit here too. Okay, we're gonna get that closure in like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Uh, 30's looking good. Hours, looks like we should get a good closure here, chat. Wasn't quite ready to make a move when we hopped in here, but you know, nonetheless, it's shaping up very well. Oh, I don't know why that happens sometimes. All right, I gotta remark this up. Okay. Yeah, we're looking good. Hours closing in 30 seconds here, so solid at the moment. I'm liking that. And then over here, hours gonna close nice. Lower time frames are looking, you know, I mean, they're looking good. I'd love for it to just come down and hit that level, but you know, it might pull back before doing that. Oops, we'll see. For now, I haven't closed out. I might as well just give it a chance, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, there's the hour. Oops. "30-minute solid closure. Solid. Starting off with the top wick too. I mean, that's pretty nice. The hour definitely closed pretty good. So let's see. We got to be patient with this one still. It might pull back again and give it a test of that resistance. We'll see. But, you know, maybe it doesn't have to go that far. I like it. I just have to wait on it. But I like that it's pulling up first, as opposed to maybe starting off with a move towards my entry and then flipping and coming back up. We would rather see it push up first, in my opinion. And then I guess same with USD CAD. I mean, I'd like to see a top wick and then hopefully it flips and comes back down. All right, Chad, I'm going to be back with some updates in a little bit. Right now, it's looking good. It's just giving us a pullback, so we want to see if it'll flip and start to make this move. And I'll try and catch a clean entry if I have the opportunity to do so. Oops. But for now, you know, we got a solid entry. Jeez. We have a solid entry right now as it is, so we're not going to force anything. But it is looking good, and we just got to be a little bit patient with it. Okay? I think USD CAD should come down and hit my final TP soon, so we'll see about that too. I'll be back with you guys soon with some updates, all right?